Что-то у меня тут список нет. QR-коды? Уважаемые коллеги, мы начнем сейчас. У нас награждение. Да, вы, пожалуйста, стойте. Биржа каждый год награждает наших членов, но сегодня же юбилей, поэтому мы награждаем вне очереди за все 30 лет. Поэтому некоторые даже спрашивают, вы что, каждые 5 лет будете нас награждать? Пока мы помним ваш вклад, вы продолживаете награждение. Уважаемые дамы и господа, сегодня Казахстанская фондовая биржа в рамках своего 30-летия проводит награждение партнеров в номинации «За долгосрочное сотрудничество». В данной номинации KASE отмечает организации, с которыми биржа наши компании по распространению биржевой информации. Поэтому мы приглашаем к награждению Национальный банк Республики Казахстан. За долгосрочное сотрудничество. Нацбанк, наверное, на встречах. У нас есть кто-нибудь от Нацбанка? Хорошо, мы им вручим тогда. Покажите, Наталья Юрьевна, какая у нас награда. У нас есть награда, у нас есть диплом с печатью, который подтверждает подлинность этой награды. Я думаю, Национальный банк на совещаниях. Агентство по регулированию и развитию финансового рынка. Но мы им передадим. Мария Жамаловна тоже с коллегами наверху. Есть представители агентства? Далее. Министерство финансов Республики Казахстан. Сегодня на заседаниях участвует заместитель министра финансов Даурен Кимбиил. Сейчас начнется его панельная дискуссия. Я думаю, можно будет после этой панельной дискуссии вручить коллеги, кто будет на этой сессии. Ну и Национальному банку и агентству мы еще успеем донести. Federation of Eurasian Stock Exchange, Федерация евразийских бирж. Заместитель генерального секретаря Арминухи. Не выговорил последнее имя. Пожалуйста, вставайте, Наталья Юрьевна. Наталья Юрьевна вручает награды, наш председатель правления дочерней организации KASE. Поздравляем вас, благодарим за долгосрочное сотрудничество. Казахстанская фондовая биржа является одним из основателей в 1995 году Федерации евразийских бирж. Всемирный банк. Международная финансовая корпорация. Я думаю, Екатерина тоже на обеде. The Global Association of Central Counterparties. В этом году мы подключились к ассоциации CCP-12. По-моему, их делегаты не приехали, но мы им тоже отвезем награду. Венская биржа, Винеборс. Представитель Венской биржи находится у нас тоже в Казахстане. Мы его наградим, наверное, найдем. Представители Московской биржи. Московская биржа, по-моему, тоже у нас на встречах. Борса Истамбул. Стамбульская биржа. Представители Стамбульской биржи тоже на обеде. Фондовая биржа Армении. Коллеги, фондовая биржа Армения. С Арменией у нас большая делегация. Кыргызская фондовая биржа. Все на обеде. Бакинская фондовая биржа. Эльдар. Бакинская фондовая биржа. Республиканская фондовая биржа Ташкент. Узбекская республиканская валютная биржа. Азиз, благодарим. Быстро поели, пришли на награды. Да, даже не обедали. Благодарим за участие в наших мероприятиях. Позвольте вручить нашу награду за долгосрочное сотрудничество Узбекской республиканской валютной бирже. Пожелать удачи и успехов. Как раз подошел председатель правления Бакинской фондовой биржи. Эльдар, благодарим. Спасибо за участие в нашем мероприятии, за сотрудничество. Пожалуйста, Наталья Юрьевна. Белорусская валютно-фондовая биржа. Азиатский банк развития, Asian Development Bank. Jonathan, thank you. You're long-standing partner of KASE. Please. Азиатский банк развития является одним из наиболее часто выпускающим облигаций. Вместе с ним мы открыли a number of venues, different types of bonds, all types of ESG bonds with ADB, even pandemic bonds. Thank you for our cooperation. Always bringing us to new horizons. European Development Bank, EBRD, Alex, I think, is also upstairs. Eurasian Development Bank, Евразийский банк развития. Ситибанк. Коллеги из Ситибанка. Ситибанка, наверное, нам надо было вручить 2 награды. Одну для Лондона, одну для Казахстана. Ситибанк является нашим крупным международным банком, активно работает с нами по всем направлениям. Благодарим, коллеги. Как раз подошел Абдулазим. Республиканская фондовая биржа Ташкент, коллеги. Хорошо. Благодарим вас за сотрудничество. Пожалуйста, награду для Республиканской фондовой биржи Ташкент. Пришли делегаты Борса Istanbul for our long-term cooperation. Please, an award from KASE. Thank you, Gushan. Thank you, Mahmoud, for our outstanding cooperation with you. You know, in Kazakhstan, we still like papers with signatures and stamps to confirm that it's authentic. Центральная азиатская фондовая биржа, Таджикистан. Спасибо. Мы недавно подписали с вами соглашение. Будем развивать сотрудничество дальше. Спасибо. Спасибо. Спасибо большое. Да. Пожалуйста, вот сюда вставляйте, чтобы не попал. Награда, пожалуйста, для Центральной азиатской фондовой биржи. Спасибо. The World Bank. Thank you. Thank you for cooperation. There are different events and projects that we do with the World Bank, and the World Bank does for Kazakhstan and capital markets. Thank you for cooperation. Thank you. А где сертификат? Вон сертификат. JP Morgan Chase Bank. Коллеги JP Morgan. The Bank of New York Mellon. Бонни. Спасибо. Сегодня мы только обсуждали с утра, что, наверное, Бонни еще... В каком году вы приехали? В 96-м году. 93-го года Бонни работает. Конечно, инвестиции уже начались с 93-го года. И у нас хорошие отношения. И также мы имеем корреспондентские счета в Бонни. Спасибо большое. Торгово-промышленный банк Китая города Алматы. Спасибо, коллеги. Вместе с ICBC и BOC мы развивали рынок китайского юаня. Он дальше растет. Сейчас даже есть спрос на Panda Bonds. Мы будем совместно проводить мероприятия. Спасибо. Спасибо за активное маркетмейкерство на этом рынке. Дочерний банк Китая в Казахстане. Bank of China in Kazakhstan. Thank you, colleagues. Спасибо, коллеги, за поддержку рынка юаней, который мы с вами запустили в 2004 или 2009 году, Наталья Юрьевна? В 2014 году. Bloomberg, of course, Bloomberg. Dear colleagues from Bloomberg, I mentioned earlier that we have very good cooperation with Bloomberg. Thank you. You're always very helpful, very receptive. Please take us our word to your office. We'll come and check it. Every year we visit Bloomberg in London. Yes, we like your green office in the center of London. At some point of time, we will also build a fully green office in Almaty once we are on our way to 2060 reaching neutrality. Еще сертификат, коллеги. В этом году мы награждаем более 500 партнеров, поэтому, коллеги, спасибо за ваше терпение. Будут награды еще в 5 часов. Рефинитив. У нас, по-моему, нет представителей рефинитива. Сибонс. Есть ли представитель Сибонс? А рефинитив? Спасибо, что приехали, представители рефинитива. Я думаю, Reuters в Казахстане это был первая настоящая торговая площадка, где начались FX-торги. Спасибо большое. PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, спасибо за ваше сотрудничество по разным направлениям, в частности, за поддержку рынка ESG-облигаций. PwC – это первая организация, с которой мы подписали соглашение о бесплатной верификации для наших первых зеленых облигаций. Спасибо, коллеги. Ernst & Young. Коллеги с Ernst & Young. Конечно же, наша любимая ассоциация финансистов Казахстана, которая всегда лоббирует интересы финансового сектора, является настоящим независимым органом, который иногда даже советует нашим регуляторам, как им дальше жить, но тем не менее всегда отстаивает интересы рынка и находит баланс интересов. Центральный депозитарий ценных бумаг. Я думаю, центральный депозитарий, наверное, должен был первым в списке. Наше родство с центральным депозитарием нельзя не отметить. Наиболее близкая, родная нам организация. После регуляторов, конечно. Национальная платежная корпорация Национального банка. Это наша корпорация, которая вчера запустила цифровой тенге, который является нашим верным партнером для всего банковского сектора по ведению счетов в тенге. Я думаю, сейчас нет представителей. AFC Green Financial Center. Спасибо, коллеги. На самом деле, самый знаменательный проект AFC, я думаю, это Green Financial Center, которые были фронтраннерами по созданию услуг, по верификации ESG-облигаций, по консалтингу для компаний, по принятию устойчивого развития. Наш партнер KASE Teleport. Коллеги, благодарим. В 2018 году биржа приняла решение перехода в Tier 2 Data Centers. KASE Teleport наш партнер, как и для многих в нашем финансовом секторе. Сейчас они уже построили полноценный Tier 3. Да, коллеги, мы уже тоже переехали в Tier 3. Но в этом направлении мы тоже продолжим работу. Спасибо, коллеги. Если я кого-то называла и кто-то подошел, есть? Нет? Если нет, то продолжим. Спасибо. Фондовая биржа Армении. Благодарим за сотрудничество. Как я сказала, у нас много наград Но мы сейчас всех оперативно вручим. Спасибо, коллеги, за наше партнерство. Желаем вам успехов. Мы видим, что у вас новая стратегия развития. Удачи. Хорошо, коллеги, все, да? Ну хорошо, если мы кого-то не наградили, в 5 часов мы продолжим наше награждение. Спасибо большое. Thank you very much. I see Clearstream. Colleagues from Clearstream. У нас есть там Clearstream? Да? I think Serge will find it later a little bit. They don't have it at hand right now. Okay? Full start. Окей, у нас награда персональная. Пожалуйста, Серж Крис. За индивидуальный вклад в развитие рынка капитала. Так, все, коллеги, да? Все, спасибо большое. Продолжим нашу конференцию. У нас все.
Уважаемые коллеги, пожалуйста, не расходитесь. У нас в 2:30 начнется следующая сессия. Это будет keynote presentation, perspectives for the development of themes in EM government bonds market by Richard Lancaster.
Sorry, can I check clicker? Ah, 1 second.
Is it working? Hi.
I think we met briefly one day at the Canary Wharf.
Yes, of course, yes.
So we are part of the same panel.
Yeah, okay, cool. You can see my in-depth notes.
Okay. It's on.
It's on, yeah? So which, just to check, it's... Oh, forward backwards. I think so, yeah, it's on it. I think.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the floor Richard Lancaster, co-head of Local Market Rates Trading, Citi, with keynote presentation themes in emerging market government bond markets. Уважаемые дамы и господа, Уважаемые дамы и господа, просим поприветствовать Ричарда Ланкастера, руководителя развивающихся рынков процентных ставок Citi, с темой презентации тренды на развивающихся рынках суверенного долга.
Our present is Patrick Young, Developing Markets.
My name is Richard Lancaster, and I am the co-head of Local Markets Rates Trading at Citi. The business that I run employs around 100 traders located in 45 countries across the world, and we trade government securities and interest rate derivatives in more than 75 jurisdictions globally. Today we're here to talk about themes in EM government bond markets. And when we started this presentation together a couple of weeks ago, an analyst on the desk that was helping me to prepare the slides asked me the question, how big is the EM government bond market? And despite the fact that I've spent 20 years trading EM government bond markets, I didn't actually know the answer. So we went on a little mission to find out. In order to define how big the EM government bond market is, you need to define two things. First of all, what is the bond market? How big is the bond market? And secondly, what are emerging markets? So this is the government bond market. So in order to do this, we downloaded every ISIN on Bloomberg. So every government security listed on Bloomberg's data repository was downloaded. It turns out the global market, bond market, this is all governments, is $90 trillion. So there are $90 trillion of government debt outstanding that's tradable in markets. There are 160 individual countries that have borrowed money in the international bond markets. Number of ISINs, so there are just over 85,000 government bonds globally. The biggest market, unsurprisingly, is the USA. $29 trillion in tradable government debt in US treasuries, which is obviously around about a third of the overall size. The average daily volume in the US Treasury market is $750 billion. So on average, $750 billion of US Treasuries are trading on a daily basis. We tried to find the largest ever day. We couldn't find the data. But earlier in this year, just after Silicon Valley Bank had its issues, the market traded $1.5 trillion in a single day. So double the size of the average daily volume. So that's the bond market. But in order to define how big the EM bond market is, we now need to define what is EM. The term emerging markets is somewhat dated. It's easier to define actually what is not emerging markets. So what are developed markets? And EM is basically anything that isn't developed markets. So the classic developed market countries are North America, so USA and Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and then most of Europe. So euro-denominated Europe, the Nordics, and the UK. So if we've defined what developed markets are, then everything else is emerging markets. But this chart shows just how diverse and broad the term emerging markets is. And really we can group emerging markets into three main groupings. So the chart here is countries' GDP per capita and the credit rating. So previously we've used this chart to try and define how sophisticated emerging market financial markets are relative to each other. So the group in black here is a group we basically called super EM, so very, very highly rated. So from a credit rating perspective, rated A or higher, so towards the higher end of the credit rating anywhere in the world, and very high GDP per capita. Typically in these markets, we would expect very, very advanced financial systems, very big banking systems, so essentially almost G10-like or developed market-like financial markets. The next group in the darker blue, the orangey-red color is Kazakhstan. We thought we'd highlight that where it is on the chart. So this is investment-grade emerging markets. So not super EM, so it's lower rated, but still investment grade, so rated above BBB-. And in countries there, again, you would expect to be very developed in terms of financial markets, an established derivative market as an example. Kazakhstan sits in that group. To be fair, in terms of financial market development, it doesn't rank particularly well versus its peers. The other markets there, Mauritius aside, would have very developed financial markets and derivative markets, which don't yet exist in Kazakhstan. The next grouping is what people think of when you think of emerging markets. Again, it's quite a broad rating from very low-rated countries, some of which are in default, up to almost investment-grade countries. And there are really two types of country within this grouping. One is frontier markets, so very, very underdeveloped financial markets, no derivatives, purely in a liquid government bond market. That's towards the left-hand side of the page you're looking at it. And then some of the other established emerging markets, which have kind of fallen on harder times. So Turkey, Brazil, which are very developed in terms of financial markets, but currently are rated below investment grade. Okay, so now we've defined the bond market, and now we define what is emerging markets. So now we can define what is EM government bond market. So the total size of the emerging market government bond market is $29 trillion. That's 32% of total government bonds outstanding are emerging market bonds. There's 131 countries versus the 160 we defined on the first slide. There are 36,390 emerging market bonds in existence on Bloomberg. The biggest market, which happens to be the second biggest and second most liquid bond market there is China. So a third of all emerging market bonds have been issued by the Chinese government. The average volume, remember US Treasury was $750 billion a day. In China, it's still a very big number, especially for emerging markets, $129 billion. Sorry, $120 billion, an average volume per day. That's over the last 3 months. The other issue here is that emerging market governments can issue bonds in two ways. One, in the currency, their own currency, so local currency bonds, which my business trades, but also hard currency bonds. So they can borrow dollars from the external bond market. 90% of all emerging market bonds are local currency bonds, and only 10% are hard currency bonds. So the title of the presentation is Themes in Emerging Market Bond Markets. The reality is there is really only one theme, or has only been one theme of late, which is a massive repricing of government debt globally because of the big hiking cycles of the central banks globally. So this is basically the generic two-year government US Treasury, and this is the change in yield from Jan 21. Actually, in March 21 is when the Fed started their current hiking cycle. You can see yields have gone from 0 to 5. So it's been a massive move. The kind of commentary you'd read if you're reading press articles is unprecedented move, bond market carnage, huge shock effect because of these massive moves. The reality is, if you look at the same chart over a longer period of time, this is the same generic two-year government bond note over a 50-year time horizon. You'll note that the big repricing at the end, which on the previous slide looked like a massive move, all it's done is taken us back to the average. So we're actually now at normal rates. What is unusual is the 15 years that preceded that with rates close to 0. So I guess you ask yourself the question now, which is, if we've now returned to normalcy, we're now at the average rate, that everything should be fine, everything's going to be good. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Sorry. So let's talk about what happened in emerging markets over the last 15 years. So because of low interest rates in core bond markets in Europe, where they were negative, and in the US, where they were close to 0, there was a massive what's called hunt for yield. So investors invest because they want a return. So investors were forced to invest further down the credit curve, so the chart with the GDP versus capita, further towards the left-hand side of that chart in order to generate yield. That comes with risk, and they were taking more risk to take more yield because there was no yield available in core bond markets. So the chart across the top shows the cost of emerging market borrowers borrowing dollars in the external bond market. The dark blue is investment grade, and the light blue is non-investment grade. So you can see that the cost was 600 basis points, there or thereabouts, and this is spread over US Treasuries and has risen to 800 basis points. And you can also see that that 200 basis point cost has basically been borne by non-investment grade. The blue line is relatively stable, so the cost of investment grade debt spread over Treasuries is roughly the same as it was 15 years ago. The cost of riskier emerging market debt has gone up substantially. And don't forget, this is only the cost over Treasuries. The two red dots on the chart, this is the 7-year Treasury. 0.63% was the cost, so you add that to the 600 basis points, so 6.6% was the cost of EM debt generally at Jan 21, and that's 4.6%. So you add the 4.6 to the 800, and you're now talking about 12%. So the cost of EM borrowing in the external bond market has gone through the roof, partly because the markets have repriced the risk, i.e. the spread over treasuries, and partly because of the massive move in financial markets. At the same time, the chart on the bottom left is investment grade versus high yield issuance. So again, the same two parameters. You can see that issuance in the light blue has gone down substantially. The reason that it has gone down substantially is the cost has become prohibitive, or some lower rated countries have been frozen out of markets altogether. People don't want to lend them money. Rather unfortunately, at the same time, the redemptions, the upcoming maturities of debt, the chart on the right-hand side. So at a time when the price has gone up and the demand to buy the debt has gone down, the need to borrow debt has gone up because a lot of people have built up substantial debt in low-rated EM countries. If they can't refinance that debt, they need to repay it. And if they can't repay it, they're going to default. And sadly, that's what we've seen quite a lot recently in countries such as Sri Lanka, Ghana, Zambia. And there are a number of other countries that markets are very worried, unfortunately, going to follow suit. The last thing that EM markets need at this time is more bad news. And unfortunately, there's more bad news. So the line here in dark blue is Citi Research's estimate of outflows from emerging markets. So there are a number of funds globally who are mandated to invest in emerging markets globally. The blue line is the hard currency funds. So we can see $40-something billion of money has left the asset class and gone to US Treasuries, equities, wherever it's gone. But ultimately, there's $40 billion less money looking to buy EM debt than there was. The black line is the same thing, but in local currency. So I think it's important to note that in the hard currency market, that market is dominated by external investors. So dollar-denominated investors investing in dollar-denominated bonds. In the local markets, they're dominated by local banks, local pension funds. So the outflows in hard currency EM have a substantially higher impact on the market than outflows in local currency. All right, so domestic debt markets can also be a way to borrow externally. So countries that can't access the dollar market have the ability to borrow in their own domestic markets, but selling to foreigners. Those foreigners therefore bring dollars into the market, which is sold into the FX market and often find their way into central bank reserves. So for countries that cannot borrow externally, they can still borrow dollars, but via their domestic debt markets. It's a less risky way for them to borrow. It's a more risky trade for investors because they take the FX risk. So I guess the question here is, what entices foreign investors to invest in domestic debt markets? And this is some of the issues we think, and a lot of these things apply to Kazakhstan. Positive real interest rates, simply positive real interest rates imply you're going to make money. If your returns are higher than inflation, then you should make money and the currency shouldn't sell off in your face. So ultimately, positive real interest rates is a benchmark for many EM investors that they require positive real interest rates in order to invest in domestic debt markets. Kazakhstan currently, positive real interest rates are around about 5%. So it ticks the box. Liquidity, the ability to get into markets, the ability to get out of markets. There are two factors in domestic debt markets. One is the bond market, and one is the FX market. Ultimately, external investors are benchmarked in dollars. They want returns in dollars, so they need to be able to convert their local currency profits back into dollars to monetize the profit. Ability to access exit, again, same issue. Regulation, price transparency, political stability. People want to know what's going to happen. The rules aren't going to change them over time. Taxation is another big impediment to investment. Capital gains tax and withholding tax can be a big impediment and becomes very complicated in terms of accessing markets. So in order to finish, because I think I'm pretty much at time, the final slide. Okay, so where are we? What happens next? Anyone who tells you they know what's going to happen next is a liar. None of us know what's going to happen next. But I think one thing is clear. Core rates and core central banks, monetary policy in the US, in Europe, in the UK, less so, will have a big impact on all bond markets. So whether we are in a higher for longer environment, whether the Fed can start cutting rates, There's a large variation in views now amongst Wall Street banks on what happens next. Some are calling for hundreds of basis points of rate cuts next year. Some think we stay at this level for some time. So that means we're going to see volatility. Volatility will remain. Many views make a market, and then when markets are volatile, more flows. So I think volatility is clearly going to continue. Geopolitics is an increasing risk. I won't go into the reasons why, but obviously geopolitics has a big impact on commodities. Many commodities countries are commodities exporters, and many are commodity importers. So a big move in commodity prices has a big impact on emerging markets. Let's assume that some of the banks are right and we do see significant rate cuts next year. Does that mean the markets reopen for borrowers that are currently locked out the market? Or do we start to trade more credit so rates come lower but spreads go higher, i.e. the overall price remains the same? I think lower rated debt markets will trade again more like credit. We're not going back to 2009, 2021. Even if rates come lower, there will be quantitative tightening, not quantitative easing. So there's going to be less dollars available to be invested in emerging markets. And then lastly, given the fact we've talked about lack of supply, increased demand, and increased price, there will be increased competition between EM borrowers to attract external capital into their domestic debt markets as a source of external borrowing. Any questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Kazakhstan, Aliya Moldabekova, with a panel session, Internalization of the Government Securities Market on the Example of Kazakhstan. Дорогие дамы и господа, Алия Молдабекова, заместитель председателя Национального банка Республики Казахстан, с панельной дискуссией на тему
Internationalization of our market using the example of Kazakhstan. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to take this opportunity and congratulate you on the 30 years anniversary of the National Tenge Financiers Day and congratulate the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, KASE, on this great event. 30 years on the organization of this interesting comprehensive forum. With your permission, I would like to invite our speakers, our panelists. Let us start one by one. Dauren Kembil, Deputy Minister of Finance of Kazakhstan.
Managing Director, Euroclear. Serge Christ, он у нас независимый.
Serge Christ, Independent Director of the Central Depository and head of the Network Department of Clearstream. Richard Lancaster, he who gave an interesting presentation on emerging market. The floor is yours. He is in charge of EM market in the Citibank. Yerlan Sizdikov, head of the unit of developing markets and co-chairperson of the unit from Moody's management. Finally, Adil Muhamedjanov, chairperson of Central Depository. Our panel discussion will be dedicated to a very burning issue, relevant issue. Why? Because there are a lot of interests focusing on the local market of government securities. We will speak about internationalization of government securities market, GSM market. It's one of the main topics, namely inclusion of our securities in the indices of developing countries. We're talking about JP Morgan Emerging Market Bond Index. We are now, it means it's a lot of responsibility for us. both for internal and external market participants, so that when it comes to follow steps, we would like our security to be included on that index. With your permission, I will be asking questions in the language of the region. Daurian Maratovich, the first question is to you. You are an issuer. You are the guy who is in charge of the government securities market. Could you please be more specific how the government debt is placed and two areas that are of great concern for market participants? Where are we now as regards our attempt to be included in that index? What can you say about the project of dealers, which was actively implemented among market players? Thank you, Aliya, for the question. I would like to congratulate my colleagues on this great holiday.
With the 30th anniversary of tenge, and I want to wish all of the finances of Kazakhstan and also our stock exchange, our key partner where we place local shares. So I wish all of you a success and new achievements on our financial market and in our financial system. As for your question, so this year we've plotted 97% of the debt on the local market, which is really nice fact because our main focus is domestic market. We have to offer high liquid instruments to our investors and make our market even more attractive. And as you've mentioned, we've also working towards including our shares into the JP Morgan index. And as Ali mentioned, yes, we are now on the radar level, then it's index watch. And actually radar is a kind of responsibility for us because first of all, we are now developing the benchmarks. And we've already made it for 3 securities and a total of 7. And these total $7.5 billion. And we want these securities to be liquid, attractive, and meet all the characteristics that are required for the inclusion in that index. And it's also important for the securities to be active on the secondary market. I will dwell on that later. As to where we are today, I really wanted to say thanks to the team of the National Bank because you've helped us to make all this work with the index and with your support. We've made a roadshow, we met investors, and we received feedback, and we hope to be included in this index watch. Unfortunately, this inclusion was delayed a little bit, but we are hopeful that next year, with your support, with the support of our colleagues from the financial sector, we will streamline this work and we will more actively work with investors, those investors whose opinion is taken into account when securities are included in the index. So we're hopeful that at least we'll be in that index watch. So what will it give us? We understand that being a part of this index will increase the number of foreign investors for us, and as a consequence, that will mean the diversification of our investor base and also the cost of borrowing will be reduced, and that's very important for our Ministry of Finance. Ongoing, and next year is going to be a breakthrough year for all of us. And we also work with Euroclear, and we met colleagues today. And we are also active, and also with the support of the National Bank, we are making progress. Today we had a meeting with our Euroclear colleagues, and we have a very clear-cut position. So we want our bonds to be at the Euroclear levels to simplify access for foreign investors to us. And we hope that the hype analysis will be complete this year, and next year will also be a breakthrough year. So I want this to be a collective goal, a common goal for all of us to make next year a breakthrough year. And you've also mentioned those primary dealers. So same agenda. We want next year to be a breakthrough year for us, because we've started it back in May, and once again with the support of your team, we are now into the monitoring period, and we already observe some activity on the market. And for us, this primary dealers institute means a demand in our securities, and it is a key task for us. And of course, it is the activity of the secondary market, which is a key characteristics for us, and also for our cooperation with Euroclear. And we're hopeful that by the end of this year, we will complete the monitoring period. And next year, I will not give you exact numbers, but next year we will select the banks that will be the primary dealers with whom we will sign specific agreements. I'll be repetitive, but we are expecting next year to be a breakthrough year for us on all these three areas. And let this 30th anniversary of our tenge be really a year that will be a turning point for us, so that next year we can actually speak of positive achievements in terms of index and Euroclear. Thank you. Thank you so much. To make our session more interactive, I will also ask the audience, please send your questions, and if we'll have time, we will voice the questions. So you can see QR code on the screen, so you can scan it and submit your questions. And why the engagement of market participants is important, not only in our discussion, but in all our work. Because there is a lot of preparatory work, and maybe the results is not as obvious, but for now, but next year is going to be a breakthrough year, because it will show the result of our today's work. And now I will have my next question for the Euroclear representative.
Of establishing and developing settlement links with emerging markets such as Kazakhstan, and what is the current status of project on establishing direct link with Kazakhstani government bonds? What steps need to be taken for the link to be established?
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Alia. A lot of that has already been answered by Doran. So for Euroclear, it's not a question about if we're going to connect to Kazakhstan, it's a question about when we will be able to connect to Kazakhstan. So I think that that's really the good news, because, I mean, Euroclear today is connecting to 60 markets, roughly speaking. And we've proven in the past, together with our colleagues from Clearstream, that an ICSD, an international CSD, when connecting to a market, that drives liquidity, that drives secondary market activity, repo transactions. If the bonds are actually included into Euroclear Clearstream, on the back of it, those bonds get additional value by being able to monetize themselves in collateral management, repo, but also securities lending. So that's something that I guess Kazakhstan is really looking for, is to increase liquidity and to deepen the local currency bond market here. Kazakhstan is already a well-known issuer in the international bond market. You're about to refinance one bond next year, so. But the objective here is really how can Euroclear and Clearstream help this market really to further develop their local currency. Now, what is really missing is, as Doran was saying, we are doing a gap analysis between what Euroclear believes is a recipe of success, and that has been proven across the connection that we've made in a multiple number of markets. There's a concept of velocity of settlement. There's a concept of omnibus accounts, or I mean, the trading can happen locally, but it can also happen on the books of Euroclear and across the bridge with Clearstream. That gives additional incentive for investors to buy those bonds because they are not actually locked into the domestic market, but can be used into the global ecosystem. So that's the thing that is currently being studied. But I'm pretty convinced that with the political willingness, and I'm insisting here on the political willingness, because too often we've been approached by countries saying, I want my bonds to become Euro-clearable. But there was no political willingness, really. There was no one driving this project, unlike what we are seeing here in Kazakhstan. So the Ministry of Finance, together with National Bank, are really, really involved into promoting everything that must be done and promoting to the international investors that this market is changing. And honestly, I've been in Kazakhstan for many years, and that's really the first time I see this alignment across the different stakeholders in Kazakhstan. And we really appreciate just to see that, because I think that's the recipe of success as well. Now, it will be unfair to forget and not speak about the infrastructure. Because at the end of the day, you can have the political willingness, but you also need to have a solid and resilient infrastructures on the back of everything that you do to further develop the capital market. And here too, I have to say, Adil and the team of KCSD have actually upgraded to really international standard their domestic infrastructure. So that gives an additional comfort, not only for Euroclear, but for Clearstream, but also for all the investors, that we will be speaking to Kazakhstan in an international standard. And I think that's also a sign of recognition that Kazakhstan has invested massively in building a resilient infrastructure for the future benefits of this capital market.
Bernard, thank you very much. As far as we started to talk about infrastructure, my next question will be addressed to Serge. Serge, first of all, thank you very much for being with us, because we made our government bonds clear-streamable since 2018, having in mind that we have already at least 5 years with our joint work. Please give us your assessment of effectiveness of establishing these links. What kind of flows do you see? And what do you think, what should be the next step for developing the relationship between us and Clearstream?
So once again, many thanks for the invitation and for the award, right? I'll try to next time I come to have a few words in Kazakhstan, right? That I'm well placed for a second award, or they're well placed for a second award. That said, and many thanks to Bernard to be so fair with us and to have define what is the right environment for an ICSD to have a market reach to emerging markets. Now, with regard of settlement flows, right, and the assessment of the settlement, it's very factual, right, and it's mainly 3 criteria that can be taken into silo, and 2 other ones that can be taken in transversal. The 3 silo are the legal environment, right? Second is the technology and the system that can be used, and the third one, and Bernard already highlighted that, is the resilience of the market and of the system. So with regard of legal environment, when we are looking to access a new market. And for Kazakhstan, of course, we are looking at what is the security laws, what are the regulatory environment, what are the terms and conditions of the CSDs. Do we really understand the right way, the definition that are made in these documents? Because we don't have to forget that there is the barrier of the language, and as these documents have a legal binding, we need to ensure by discussion with our intermediary, and Alia, and I see Anna Rafon from CT, or Ivan from the National Bank. We had discussion ahead of launching the link to know whether, okay, our understanding is fair and can be applied also under our own regulation. We don't have to, you don't have to forget that we have also some responsibilities and duties. So are we in synchronization with the market, or do we have to discuss further and to bargain a little bit to adjust that? For example, come to my mind the point of entry, the point of irrevocability, the settlement finality, just to say a few. Do they exist? What does it mean? In terms of reporting obligation and disclosure, what does it mean? How can we put in place an efficient tool that is respecting the GDPR, for example, in Europe, but in the meantime that enable the regulator to understand he is also in a comfortable environment with us, right? The second aspect, so, is the system and technology. System and technology, it's all about reporting, communication. We are a Swift-based company, and I think that it will remain. We truly believe in new technology, but much more as a bridge within the system for issuances, for things of that kind. We are, to my mind, and to the mind of others, at the very beginning of the usage of technology. But what we want is to ensure that our clients, and then I look at at my partner on my left, is happy with what can be provided by the market and what we can rely to him, that he feels confident that a settlement occur within his time expectation, right? In Kazakhstan, we are at the east, right? We always have to consider the time zone difference. That is an aspect which is not always easy for the portfolio manager to not to understand, that fully understand, but to reduce the time frame in which they have to work in order to perform the trade and to settle the trade on SD. At the moment, it's a kind of a free approach for the trading. Could be T+2, T+1, so it gives flexibility. But in the meantime, our obligation as ICSD is to ensure that, okay, it is decent deadlines with decent reporting that can be offered to our client. Another one is also to include within this ecosystem as much as local participants. And for example, we have started free of payment. The link was free of payment to start with. And upon the demand of some actors, National Bank and the CSD, and in order to include local broker-dealers, we expand the link to DVP back in 2020, I think. It was during the pandemic. That is also an important aspect, always to respect the local counterparty. Then the third point is about resilience, right? And I don't want to say that it's the most important, but because they are equally important, but that's certainly a point which is looked with scrutiny. Because again, it's all about confidence for us, confidence for our clients. So it's all about, and it's performed during due diligence, right? And it's a double lock. because again, we are working with the CSD, with the local CSD. I'm looking where they are. Oh, no, he's here, sorry. And with Citibank. So it's a double validation of the resilience of the system. It's all about do you have the right allocation versus the and education of the people who are there? Are you setting and putting in place and manage and control the risk? What are you updating your business continuity plan? Are they approved on a yearly basis? What is the involvement of senior management there? Do they understand the responsibility? When it comes to testing and update of system, of course, it's all about how the issue are identified, what are the corrective measures, how do you update again the yearly plan, how do you ensure your quality insurance, and of course how the communication is made to the end user when you are facing such a situation. So that basically the three silo, right? And then we can see two transversal, I would say. And I'm going to start with the less positive one, is that I, as product manager and network manager, I cannot assess myself whether a link is good to go to the market, right? So I cannot be in an echo chamber, because I can tell you that most of the time I agree with myself and what I'm thinking. So it's also important that all this data, information collection are validated by the several committees, risk and credit, and what we call the material change. And I suppose it's exactly the same, and Bernard highlighted that. And this is why the question of, it's not the question of if it's going to happen, is when it's going to happen, because there is a lot of materiality that has to be reassessed altogether. They are done, again, in silo with the different committees, but then there is, the big session where we are really debating, and if something is not clear or covered, then you are going through a whole assessment again. So that is one transversal to this three silo, and one which is very important to everyone, and it's something that we are often using in many industries, but it's a people business, right? If you don't have the right person in front of you, it's unlikely that any project will complete, and the if and the when are even not yet there. So, for example, and I would like to thank again yourself, Ivan, Citi, and some other that I'm forgetting, the CSD, of course, because it was always, and from day one, an open discussion of what was going right, and of course an open discussion of what was misunderstood or where there was some friction. We talk about, and Richard talked about capital gain tax, right? Which is something, it's a domain where is always on the table, because it creates some cumbersome processes at our end. It creates cumbersome processes in terms of settlement, right? So it can decrease the settlement efficiency. Now to your second question, which is about the growth on liquidity. Once again, the ICSDs, like Clearstream and Euroclear and Clearstream, sorry, are there to build some roads, right? We are there to help to put into the right condition the investor to have this market reach in a comfortable environment. How can we increase the growth? It depends on the policy of the country and what are the forecasts. We always trying to make every 18 months a tour with colleagues from the National Bank, from the CSD, from our agents, and we go and have a direct contact with the investors, right? That these guys are confronting their ideas, that these guys like Richard, they have some analysis already of the market. So does it match what the National Bank and what the Minfin are saying to them on a face-to-face basis, right? It's also about marketing your own market. Even though the outlook for next year does not look very much agreeable to hear, it's always important to keep that session open. But then I would say, for me, from a pure CSD viewpoint, how to increase growth in terms of settlement is to include some different security type. And that's what we are looking at the moment with a potential positive outlook for Q2 2024.
Thank you very much. Коллеги, мы, конечно, очень
Colleagues, we had a very nice discussion about the important components as to how attractive the government securities in Kazakhstan are, namely the infrastructure, efficient settlement, global custodians like Clearstream, etc. Of course, an important issue is how attractive emerging markets are, and how attractive Kazakhstan is. It depends on the appetite risk of investors, depends on the global economic situation.
To Richard. Richard, first of all, thank you very much for such a great presentation. In particular, I really would like to ask, what do you think about the risk appetite of the global investors to emerging markets? And of course, there are a lot of components for this risk appetite. I'm not talking about the global rate environments. I'm also talking about the kind of effectiveness of the market, geopolitical situation, etc. So what do you think about the current stage and what we are going to expect from emerging market levels of comfort for the next year?
Can you ask him to turn on the mic, please?
Sorry, can you hear me? There we go. Sorry. In order to answer the question, I think I'll refer back to one of the slides in my presentation. First of all, obviously my presentation was somewhat not as optimistic as I would like. The reality is that risk appetite for emerging markets has decreased. However, on the optimistic side, there is still a lot of money which is dedicated to be invested in emerging markets. So I think that's an important point to make. So in terms of the market dynamics, the infrastructure, in terms of the things that we, on my slide, said that foreign investors are looking for, positive real interest rates was the first, and Kazakhstan has 5% real interest rates, which is high. So I think that's an attractive proposition. Liquidity. So emerging market investors are realistic about liquidity, right? So they're investing in illiquid markets. They need the ability, which is the point 3, to get in and out of the market. And in fact, we talked about the JP Morgan index. I won't speak for JP Morgan, but ability to replicate the index, i.e. get in and get out, is very key to index inclusion, as I understand it. And it's certainly a big impediment. If that's not there, money won't come, right? It's very simple. In fact, we talk about index inclusion, but a couple of countries, one, I won't name and shame them, have been kicked out of the index. The reason they were removed from the index was simply because there was not enough liquidity in the market. People could get in, but they couldn't get out. So I think liquidity is very, very key. But people are not expecting US Treasuries $750 billion a day. They're realistic about the markets they're trading in and their liquidity. Price transparency is always key. The ability to see where securities are trading. Investors need to mark to market, so value their securities portfolios. So to understand the value of the asset is key in terms of trading it, but also in terms of valuing it for their investors. Consistent policy making and regulation is obviously vitally important. So people want the rules not to change them retroactively, to understand they're investing for multi-year periods, that the investment environment is positive and is going to remain positive. So I think all of those things are very, very important. I think in terms of the investor view for Kazakhstan right now, Kazakhstan is an attractive investment opportunity. Excuse me. And I think more importantly, it's becoming more attractive. So to reiterate the index inclusion, so a lot of money that's run in emerging markets is run versus an index. So essentially, JP Morgan publish an index of bonds and the return of those bonds, and investors are trying to beat the index. So ultimately, if Kazakhstan were to be added into these indices, essentially it forces or makes it very hard for investors not to invest in Kazakhstan. So index inclusion is a very, very key element. India was added to the JP Morgan index The money, I think it starts going in the middle of next year. The estimate is that's going to be $25 billion. So the amount of money that comes in, obviously the Kazakh number will be smaller, but ultimately it forces money into the bond market, which is good and will drive down borrowing costs, which I'm sure is the intent. I think that's pretty much it. But yeah, I think to summarize, I think investors find Kazakhstan attractive. I think the one thing that I didn't put in my presentation, which is kind of obvious, is that people invest to make money. The reality is Kazakhstan over the last 3 or 4 years has been somewhat disappointing. People invest in the story, and for some reason it hasn't really worked out, mainly due to tenge volatility. So I think over the last 3 or 4 years, this year excluded, I think investors have found it a little frustrating because they didn't make the money they expected to make. But 2023 has been a very positive year for returns in Kazakhstan. So anyone who invested in tenge assets at the start of the year has made significant money through the year. So I think that, again, is a very positive momentum as we head into 2024.
Richard, thank you very much. Но здесь я бы хотела немножко развить.
I would now like to build on this topic. I am aware of the fact that Kazakhstan is not in a vacuum. Investors have a choice either buy government securities from Kazakhstan or from any developing countries. A question to Yerlan. You are managing a lot of volumes of global portfolios, and you have this choice to invest in emerging markets in Kazakhstan or invest in some other market. In your opinion, in the global market, the risk and yield, how does Kazakhstan look like? What are the advantages and disadvantages, in your opinion?
Thank you very much, Aliyah, for this opportunity to be part of this conference, and congratulations again on the anniversary of tenge. Since I represent foreign investors in Kazakhstan, although being myself from Kazakhstan, I probably will continue in English. So I think my observations would be based on, of course, what Richard already referred to from the attractiveness perspective. I think Kazakhstan stands out because we as investors, we always look at risk-adjusted returns for our clients. And I think if you're looking at returns, already Richard alluded to that we have had a tremendous year in the context of emerging markets, and also the fact that we had about 20 billion plus outflows from the markets in fixed income in emerging markets this year, but we had actually net inflows into local market in Kazakhstan. And that is really a testament to the tremendous amount of work that National Bank of Kazakhstan has done, and I think we know that it's a tremendous work, really, starting from all the plumbing we've been discussing on today, but also making sure that Kazakhstan is also transparent, attractive country where you have a constant communication with investors. And I think last time we met, I think with Aliyah and Nurjan and NVK team, was at the IMF conference where they attended, and a series of meetings with international investors where they were really explaining all investors how attractive Kazakhstan is and how transparent the policy making in Kazakhstan is. And if you really look and compare Kazakhstan to other countries, say Turkey. Now, Turkey has had a tremendous unsuccessful story in the past few years because of this lack of transparency, or maybe even incoherent macroeconomic policies from investors' perspective. So Turkey, I'll just give you a figure. Turkey used to have about 28% of its local market owned by foreigners. Today, it's less than 2%. So it's a tremendous destruction of value, if you want, from the perspective of credibility of the Central Bank of Turkey, credibility of Ministry of Finance. And this is really, Kazakhstan in this way is quite unique. When we started discussing attractiveness of Kazakhstan and how to promote Kazakhstan for international investors some time ago, it was a very interesting conversation because at the time, in a context of, say, other countries like Argentina, where the central bank and Ministry of Finance were actually competing who's going to issue bonds at a cheaper level for investors. So we're competing, the two agencies, if you want, of the government were competing between themselves. Here in Kazakhstan, we had a unique situation where National Bank was actually coordinating its policies with Minister of Finance, and they were actually pushing each other to issue more, to create more liquidity in the market. No? So they were not competing, they were really working together to create a liquid curve for investors that we will be able to trade in the future. So that is very unique, and I think it's huge kudos to National Bank of Kazakhstan that has really embarked, and I think we have other members of the NBK team here that have done tremendous amount of good work to make Kazakhstan attractive from that perspective, because constant communication, transparency, apart from, of course, plumbing, is very important. We're talking about double-digit yield in terms of attractiveness. Of course, it is very attractive for us in a context of coherent macroeconomic policies, prudent macroeconomic policies. I think Kazakhstan, to me, is very, very attractive. One other element of attractiveness of Kazakhstan that we should really think about, and I should have said that in the beginning, I work for Amundi. It's one of the largest international asset managers and largest European asset management company. We are the leaders in green and ESG investments in the world today in emerging markets. And this is the area where Kazakhstan potentially could be very attractive. I think this is going to be an area of, I think, beneficial development for Kazakhstan, but also creating additional attractiveness of Kazakhstan, creating green projects and green financing. We talked about inclusion of the index, and Kazakhstan obviously on the radar. Richard mentioned India is going to probably middle of next year is planning to enter the JP Morgan index. It's going to be, from the passive perspective, index hugging investors will be about 25 billion of inflows. Of course, Kazakhstan is going to have a much smaller weight compared to India, given the size of the market. So we're looking maybe at very passive 700 million to 1 billion of forced inflows into the country as a result of inclusion of Kazakhstan. And of course, we have other countries which are vying to enter the JP Morgan index. We have Philippines, and we have now Saudi Arabia, which recently announced its intention, and obviously they've been on the radar for some time. So compared to those two countries, I think the Philippines has a big issue of course, it's a withholding tax. If you think about Saudi Arabia, they have even bigger structural issue for the inclusion. It's actually, its peg, the local currency is pegged to the dollar, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to manage that area, that aspect, because it contravenes some of the principles of index inclusion for JP Morgan. So I think Kazakhstan has a very good chances of being now next after India. I hope that is going to happen a year ahead. But of course, Saudi Arabia has been given a time frame of 3 to 5 years from now. So I think Kazakhstan will definitely beat Saudi Arabia and beat Philippines. So to me, is staying on the last point on the ESG side, apart from opening up tremendous opportunities in green investments in domestic market and in international markets, I think the way that we assess in any country is also assessment of ESG. Kazakhstan today is on a scale of A to G is D, so somewhere in the middle, also in the middle of smack in the average rating of the index of GBI. I think some of the areas of improvement, I think they are there. Of course, some of them have maybe political nature, because we're talking about perception, international perception of corruption. We're talking about democratic governance, and we're talking about independence of judiciary. So I think these are the three main areas of improvement. Of course, they're probably beyond the scope of what NBK will do, otherwise they would have fixed it already. So I think this is a process that dynamically started already with the political changes and the willingness to tackle those issues. Those issues are everywhere, we know, in all the countries, but I think Kazakhstan has a potential to become one of the leaders in ESG from the perspective of its rating, which is in the middle, and Kazakhstan could be one of the best rated countries out there. So maybe I'm biased, given that I'm from Kazakhstan myself originally, but I think to me Kazakhstan is an extremely attractive business case, investment case, And we have a great, dynamic macroeconomic team that has been consistently working to make Kazakhstan attractive. And I think that is going to be my bull case scenario based on the fact that it's going to be dynamically continuing to be a very strong case. Thank you.
Everyone, thank you. Ну, и раз мы заговорили все-таки.
Since we began to talk about the interest of non-residents to our government securities, you, as the chairman of the government depository, see all these things on a daily basis. What are the trends of dynamics of investments from non-residents do you perceive? Thank you very much for your question. Let me take this opportunity and congratulate all of us on the 30 years of our national currency and our colleagues from the KASE, and wish you every success in your business. As regards foreign investments in government securities market, GSM, in the first place, I would like to say that 2023 can be perceived as a continuing growth. As of Q3, the figures in terms of investments of non-residents were about 477 billion tenge. But this is not permanent dynamics. We had movements in different directions, as Richard noted. The early observed demand, the flight of capital from EM, and Kazakhstan did encounter that as well. After 2021, which saw the peak of investments, when at the end of the year we had 577 billion. In the mid-year, on a quarterly basis, we reached 778 billion tenge. Then dramatic decline due to flight of capital, decline in investments was over 58%. As of end 2022, we had 322 billion tenge. It's important to note that coherent monetary policy, good macroeconomic indicators help to revive this demand, which started in 2023, so the demand revived. Another interesting thing is that at the end of 2020, we could see that foreign investments prevailed in Kazakhstan central bank notes, and were over 80%. At the end of Q3 2023, it's a reverse picture. We see that over 80% of investments were in the securities of the Ministry of Finance, and the remaining ones were in the central bank notes.
So that will be briefly the review. Thank you, Adil Nurlanovich. So we have some time left for Q&A from the audience, but frankly, most questions are about the stock market, because we've discussed what's attractive about the emerging market, what's not so attractive, but the investment into the local securities is the investment into the local currency. And most questions are addressed to me and Richard.
They received, they addressed to you. So first part of the question, if the Fed keeps rates at current level, should we expect a greater volatility on the fixed market for EM? So what do you think?
Can you hear me? Okay, good. IT is not my strong point. Sorry, the question is, if the Fed keep rates constant as they are, will we see more volatility?
If Fed keeps rate for some time, for probably a bit more longer time that we are expecting right now, does it mean that we will see the greater volatility on EMFX?
To think about that, I'm not sure. I think what's caused the volatility is the rapid repricing. right? The rapid hiking of monetary policy. So, and I'm sure we'll come in on this as well. I think in terms of if they keep policy rates high but constant, I don't think we'll see huge volatility. I think the volatility will come from diverging views on what the Fed are going to do, right? Which I alluded to in my presentation. So I don't think we'll see huge volatility if rates stay high. What it does mean, with a 5% risk-free rate, i.e. US Treasuries at 5%, it demands a higher risk premium for EM, simply because if you can earn 5% risk-free, then you need to, if you're going to take the risk and invest in EM, you need to get paid more. So I think that's it. Did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think if we look at what really hampered emerging market debt and we had outflows is because exactly what Richard said, we had an increasing rate environment in the US, which was increasing attractiveness of the US dollar and decreasing, of course, attractiveness of emerging market currencies. If we have at least stopped increasing in our core rates, and even stable, higher for longer, in that scenario, we're going to go back and say this is stability, and this is where the carry comes into place. So I think you really have to think about emerging market as a carry trade, and emerging market today is trading around 430 basis points of spread against US Treasuries. We don't really think that emerging market spreads will contract next year. So we probably think about maybe 25 basis points of contraction, which is really insignificant. But for us, an idea that you can actually have you can earn 9% from emerging markets next year in hard currency versus, say, 5% that you can earn from core markets. So I think to us, it's the more important thing is that they're not going to continue increasing if they're stable, or even better, if we're going to have an easing cycle, which I think the markets are pretty much pricing in now after their soft economic data and softer CPI numbers. I think this is where we potentially have a great opportunity for emerging markets, especially on the currency side, because this year was a big promise on the currency side, but dollar remained to be by and large strong, so all of the returns we're receiving in the local markets this year are pretty much coming from the rates, which were structurally higher than in the US. So I think next year could be a great year if we're going to have maybe a pause in Fed, and maybe at some point markets, as now, they start to price in rate cuts. Our base case scenario for the next year, we're going to see actually 120 basis points of reduction in core rates in the US. And I think this is going to be a tremendous opportunity to own emerging markets, not only as a carry, but also an opportunity to have a leverage play on a global easing cycle.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Irulan. Ну и вторая часть этого вопроса.
And the second part of these questions addressed to me, what you think would happen to tenge volatility given this high Fed rate, and what kind of monetary control measures do you envisage? So we've said repeatedly that this two-sided volatility is a good thing for FX market development in the emerging market, because market participants and do not think that local currency is undervalued or overvalued. So it's good. And we do not envisage any extra control measures, because we understand that it will serve against the market development. We understand that a market can be volatile, but if we have low liquidity, if, for instance, we don't have the sellers or we don't have the buyers, it means that the market may be inadequate or may be inadequately moving in some of the directions. So as a national bank, we say that we monitor the situation and we are ready to intervene, but we do not target any specific rate for tenge. We only intervene when we need to maintain tenge liquidity so that the exchange rate does not divert. So we do not envisage any control measures. As for high Fed rate is indeed one of the factors that contribute and impact the tenge rate. So it was already mentioned, higher for longer period. It was a period of increased volatility for FX market, and some of the investors left the emerging market currency because dollar assets were very attractive back then. But it is one of the factors because we, of course, our FX market is affected by oil prices, by local supply and demand, and also tax preferences, this tax payment period, and the dividend payment period. So FX is also affected by the key rate, so the basic rate. And now, with the rate of 16% and the continued de-dollarization of deposit, tenge remains to be very attractive. Thank you. Dear colleagues, the time of our panel session is over. I want to thank once again our distinguished speakers, and we're really glad when we discuss local market issues, we have international global investors present here. We are trying to be very transparent, and we also try to meet the market very often, and your feedback is valuable for further development of our local market. Thank you.
Head of ESG Department at Freedom Finance Holding. We obviously want to make this session fairly interactive, so throughout the presentation there will be QR codes showing on the screen, so please feel free to scan with your phone and then answer some of the questions that we'll have during our poll. And obviously we'll open up for questions from the audience, and at the end of the session we'll sort of pick some of those questions and then we'll get our esteemed panelists to answer them for you. Before we start, I just wanted to first of all hand the floor over to a short video from Nicholas Pfaff, who's from ICMA, and he wanted to update us on the recent developments and what the team have been involved in. So let's just play the recording, please. Can we play the recording, or? I guess we have some technical issues, which hopefully we'll be able to solve very soon. So I'm looking for cues if we are starting, or, sorry.
Colleagues, you are now supposed to launch the video by Nicholas Pfaff, right?
The Kazakhstan Stock Exchange for its invitation to speak today as an introduction to the panel on ESG as a key element for sustainable development of the financial markets. ESG and more broadly sustainability are indeed mainstream themes now for capital markets. Green, social, sustainability and sustainability-linked bonds, collectively referred to as sustainable bonds, represent over $3.5 trillion of issued securities. They constitute the largest source of market finance dedicated to sustainability and climate transition available internationally to corporates, banks, and sovereigns. In Europe and Asia, sustainable bonds currently amount to more than a third of new corporate issuance. We are privileged at ICMA to be the stewards of the global standards for sustainable bonds, now known simply as the principles, that are referenced by more than 97% of international issuance in this segment. These standards have been developed with the input of a wide market initiative of more than 400 organizations and stakeholders under the auspices of the Executive Committee of the Principles, supported by ICMA and currently chaired by the EBRD. The principles are regularly updated, and I wanted to share with you today two key announcements released in June this year. Firstly, the 2023 edition of the Climate Transition Finance Handbook. Its first update since the original publication in 2020 integrates this progress made by the market and the official sector on climate transition guidance and disclosures. The document includes dedicated recommendations for climate-themed green sustainability and sustainability-linked bonds and acknowledges the development of climate transition-labeled bonds in certain jurisdictions. Secondly, we have also updated this year the sustainability-linked bond principles and related tools, featuring notably adapted language for sovereign issuers, as well as new metrics for sovereigns and social issues in the Key Performance Indicator Registry. Subsequently, in September this year, we otherwise released, together with the IFC, UN Global Compact, UNEP-FI, and the Asian Development Bank, a global practitioner's guide for bonds to finance a sustainable blue economy. Aligned with the principles, this document consists of voluntary guidance and provides market participants with clear criteria and examples for the issuance of blue bonds, a subcategory of green bonds. I've also been asked to comment on regulatory developments. This is an area in which ICMA is deeply engaged in both Europe and in Asia, and where our priority is always to ensure as much as possible complementarity with our market-based guidance. I would underline the following items for attention. The International Sustainability Standards Board, the ISSB, issued in June 2023 its inaugural sustainability reporting standards and received IOSCO endorsement swiftly afterwards. IFRS S1 provides a set of reporting requirements designed to enable companies to communicate to investors about the sustainability-related risks and opportunities they face over the short, medium, and long term. IFRS S2 sets out specific climate-related disclosures. Over 12 major jurisdictions internationally have already expressed their intention to adopt these standards. Mirroring this, the European Commission adopted in July 2023 the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, ESRS, for use by all companies subject to the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. The ESRS covers the full range of environmental, social, and governance issues and integrates a double materiality approach going beyond the main financial materiality focus of the ISSB standards. Separately, in line with IOSCO's report of November 2021, regulators have expressed concerns about the transparency, quality, and reliability of ESG rating and data products. This has led to regulatory initiatives in several major jurisdictions that have already published or announced codes of conduct, such as Japan and Singapore, or in considering regulation, such as the EU and the UK. In this respect, I would also highlight the UK FCA sponsorship of a code of conduct for ESG ratings and data providers, for which ICMA and the IRSG jointly provide the Working Group Secretariat. Sponsored this time by the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission, ICMA also recently announced that it will convene a working group in Hong Kong for a similar purpose. Finally, a key topic for sustainable finance is greenwashing, for which the European supervisory authorities are notably considering whether further definition and regulation is needed. ICMA is very engaged in both the regulatory discussion and the broader debate on how to address greenwashing risks. We indeed published last October a dedicated paper on market integrity and greenwashing risks in sustainable finance. We argue, amongst others, in this publication that further exhaustive definitions of greenwashing can create more issues than they solve by leading to excessive reputational litigation fears. We also look at the information available to date on greenwashing occurrences and explore how both existing regulatory initiatives and market best practice are already or will soon mitigate them. We conclude with 5 recommendations for policymakers and regulators, of which concentrating on actionable areas of concern in sustainable finance, for example, potential lack of ambition of projects or targets, or inconsistency between an issuer's overall strategy and the announced objectives of its sustainable financing transactions. I'll finish here and wish the panelists a good discussion, as well as a very good conference to all. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I thought that was fairly interesting. Obviously, you got some new developments, a new initiative coming from ICMA. So I guess we can actually move on and start asking some of the questions to our panelists. And Jonathan, I'll probably start with you. I guess we've heard of some new initiatives that are coming down in the pipeline, but ADB Bank issued the first green or social bonds in 2019. And since then, correct me if I'm wrong, you've issued about 7 separate issues that contribute to the social and green agenda. What I wanted to ask you about is a bit more about what's your experience, what's the impact, and is there anything that you can measure, and what's actually coming in the future? So what are your plans for the market?
Thank you very much, and thank you to Alina and the wonderful KASE team for the kind invitation for Asian Development Bank to participate in this wonderful forum. I'd just like to start, if you'll forgive me, by giving a little bit of perspective, because we're all here celebrating the 30th anniversary of the tenge, of course. Now, Asian Development Bank is a multilateral institution owned by 68 members. That means 68 shareholders, all of which are governments, including Kazakhstan. We provide assistance through loans, grants, and advisory services, technical assistance, in 41 countries through Asia and the Pacific region. 9 of those 41 do not have their own currency. These are, it's quite a remarkable thing, but dollarization and the absence of currencies in this case is quite a strong point in developing countries. These 9 are all small island developing states in the Pacific, but of course, without their own currency, they don't have a central bank, and they lose control of their monetary policy. So really, when I come and join you this weekend and hear about your 30th anniversary, and also learn that you're one of the most digitalized currencies in the world, I want to say bravo, Kazakhstan, really very good job. Now, having gone through that, let me dive in a little bit onto, actually, I think I want to go back one slide. Somebody's put me forward. Let's go, because I'm not quite at Kazakhstan yet. Is this the controller? No. Which is the controller? Oh, it's gone forward. I want to go back. Who's got the controller?
I think that's...
Ah, that helps. Thank you so much. That's better. So just staying on the intro there. So just to give also some background on ADB in the ESG finance arena. We have a large annual borrowing and lending program. We have to fund our loans and refinance our loans throughout our membership for quite a large loan portfolio, $150 billion. So we're issuing about $30 to $35 billion of bonds each year, which is a very large volume. We comb the global markets in order to approach as many investors as possible. And also, as you're probably aware, ADB and the multilateral community is really tends to be at the cutting edge of developing new kind of bond issues. And indeed, the EIB began the green bond market in 2007. For ourselves in ADB, we issued our first dollar green bond in 2015. We documented that with a green bond framework according to the ICMA green bond principles, which Nicholas was just talking about. These are voluntary guidelines. They're not standards or regulations. And we also sought a second-party opinion from Cicero Shades of Green, which is, of course, now part of the Standard & Poor's group, having been acquired, I think it was last year. We actually refreshed our green bond framework 2 years ago and made it a green and blue bond framework because we wanted to issue ADB's first blue bonds, which seek to support clean oceans and generally all the developments around protecting the oceanic environment. We issued our first 2 blue bonds in 2021, and just a couple of weeks ago, we issued our 3rd blue bond. Our process for managing proceeds in mainstream currencies in ESG finance can be a little bit different from developing countries because we manage them through pools. And so far, we've raised about $10 billion of green bonds and more than $11 billion in blue, water, gender, education, health, a whole variety of different themes that I haven't even touched on food supply or food security. But when it comes to Kazakhstan, we've been able to actually, with KASE's help, we've been able to deliver some very good results. And now, let's see if I can do that. Yeah, so since 2019, we've issued 16 bonds in the domestic tenge market, all through an auction and listing on KASE. This is made possible, if you're attending the last session, through the bridge between Clearstream and the KCSD. Without that, we would really struggle to have this volume of issuance in the local market. On this bubble chart, as we call it, the bubble size denotes the size of the financing. The horizontal axis is the maturity and the vertical axis is the interest rate. So you can immediately see the interest rates are high in this country, but that provides a lot of alpha to investors, of course. And then we have the green bonds denoted by green circles and gender bonds denoted by the pink circles. So yes, 4 gender bonds, all of the same maturity, 2030, and 4 green bonds, which actually finance and refinance 2 renewable energy projects. Generally speaking, ADB is working on infrastructure and energy, or rather transportation and energy as 2 of our major deliverables, but we also like to work in the finance sector because it tends to be an inflection point. I'm going to jump that, I put them in the wrong order. Finance tends to be an inflection point for the economy where we can see really a multiplication of impacts. So we've issued our first gender bond a couple of years ago, now 3 in Kazakhstan, and these finance a $100 million equivalent gender housing project which seeks to bring mortgage finance to low-income women in mostly rural areas. This is the typical space for development banks because we're trying to add additionality to the local financial system by doing something that the regular commercial banks wouldn't do. And this project was delivered through the Almaty Bank. So the amount of information about this project is absolutely enormous on the ADB website. So that really fulfills our obligations under impact reporting, which is an important part of the green and blue bond framework. Even you can drill down to the individual mortgages for each client of Almaty Bank, and those are audited information. So the impact which you were talking about, Alec, is absolutely there in this kind of a transaction. Just to go back to green, so we've also issued our first green bonds in Kazakhstan some years ago, and these finance 2 solar power projects. The first, the Baikonur solar power project, and the second one, the Total Air and Axis MCAT solar power. Baikonur, of course, is in, let's see if I pronounce this correctly, Kyzyloda Oblast, about 30 kilometers outside of the city and just north of the frontier with Uzbekistan. And this is a 60 megawatt design, construction, commission, operation, and maintenance solar power project. This part of the country enjoys very high sunlight hours, so we're really harvesting the sun. And I was asked after we issued these bonds by a journalist, so why are you doing this? I mean, we're blessed with all these natural resources, but the simple answer is, what happens if you don't do this? The impact is if you don't do this. And also, surely, the sun and the wind are your natural resources as well. So we'll continue to issue green bonds looking to the future to refinance this project. We've only been financing it on a mini-perm basis on the short term. And the result we've had from our investors have been very encouraging. They all wanted to understand more about why they should be buying green bonds and gender bonds. This is not a marketing gimmick. In fact, if you look ahead with all the standards and principles that we're adopting in the international markets now, you might even ask yourself or conceive the point, will we come to a point in time in the financial markets where we cannot raise finance unless we have this kind of transparency and information for investors? So I'm just going to wrap my comments by saying that the impact of KASE's approach to allowing DFIs, because of course it's not just ADB, but it's also the EBRD and the IFC, which have been issuing domestic tenge bonds. And as we can see here, more than $2 billion equivalent, a trillion tenge in the last 4 years alone. It's been very impactful. We've been able to do much more than we could usually do in the domestic financing market. We've reached new investors, and that investment universe is growing. We're very happy to have contributed to the ESG growth in KASE, and of course, little of this would have happened without the adoption of a few measures from KASE to make this possible. Thank you.
No, thank you. And maybe follow-up question. When is the next issue?
So we are issuing these bonds on a back-to-back basis. So we're not pooling the currency. But we're not pulling the proceeds in this currency. We do that in dollars, euros, and some other larger, more liquid currencies like renminbi, but we're not doing that yet in tenge. So it will depend upon the underlying project. What I can say for certain is that we'll continue to issue green bonds to refinance those two renewable energy projects until they're fully repaid. I think we have to work on the relationship with Odbasi Bank and see if they have more demand to do a similar project in future. I think the results were pretty satisfactory, and I won't put words into their mouths, of course. We do, of course, issue bonds without themes, and we've financed the Aktobe-Kandiyagash highway for the Ministry of Finance in a regular, vanilla way, because Nicholas also talked about greenwashing. You don't want to put a label on every kind of finance unless you can really demonstrate the link with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and you can point to transparency and the impact of those proceeds.
Perfect. And I think, as you mentioned, it sometimes takes a village, the whole industry, to issue a green or social bond. And I guess, Shulpa, your company is obviously very much in the center of this. You work with market players to help in the underwriting process, in the issuance and book building. So I guess from your perspective, could you just tell us a bit more about the opportunities and challenges when it comes to the process? What role do you think brokerage companies are playing in this process? And I guess there will be probably a similar format for your answer as well, with a short presentation. So yes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you show the presentation, please? While we are about it, I would like to thank Arkaza for the interesting question and the topic I'm going to bring up. At the outset, I would like to thank all the fans of ESG who stayed here to attend the last session of the forum, and congratulate all of us on the 30th anniversary of the stock exchange. As regards the challenges and opportunities, in fact, what we encounter is that ESG is becoming bigger and bigger. Currently, it's turning into a current criteria of investment attractiveness. Regrettably, the process is not as fast as we wish. Still, it comes into our life, enters into our life. But what we can see that young generation of investors, for them, ESG criteria come to the fore, are high on the agenda, and they become quite crucial for them. Even if we, the generation of older investors and investment bankers, if we have not yet succeeded in that, I think that after the blossom of ESG investments, I think the future is in store for them. They have a bright future. As regards the investors, they have an advantage, namely access to capital, image enhancement, visibility, the awareness to nurture a new investment culture. We need to understand that ESG factors are entering the agenda of the participants of investments at all levels. We see the emergence of investors who include ESG factors in the investment strategy. There are stock exchanges which support it and create some sectors and create some requirements for the issuers who use ESG agenda. There are some issuers and companies which are aware that even if now, at the initial stage, they don't get a lot of benefits in terms of lower rates, still they're beginning to shape some new sources of funding which hopefully will help them in terms of lower rates. As regards Kazakhstan, one has to understand that a lot has been accomplished to comply with ESG principles. On July 1st, 2021, a new environmental code became effective, which includes a number of measures on concentration of efforts in terms of combating pollution and improving the environmental situation in the country. There is a system of emissions trading. Kazakhstan joined it in 2013, and then for a while it quit the system since it was not quite prepared to comply with the system's requirements. However, in 2018, it again rejoined this system. Currently, I should say that the criteria are becoming more and more stringent, meaning that there is a less opportunity to get free quotas. Gradually, we're approaching a point when companies whose business harms the environment, they will be using free quotas on a free charge basis to a lesser extent and pay these emissions just like other countries do it all over the world. Kazakhstan is also considers an agenda on additional tax burden because it's the high probability of the introduction of special environmental taxes is being considered and reviewed during the discussions with the tax authorities and government budget-supported entities. What we're talking about is that the companies that emit, that have a lot of emissions, that they should comply. Kazakhstan, since it's not part of Europe and EU, Kazakhstan is very well aware that the companies that are working with European suppliers or European partners, they will have a lot more chances to have a successful business if they comply with green transactions principles. What we see in Kazakhstan is a growing consumption of energy generated thanks to renewable sources of energy. As Jonathan has just said, the natural conditions of Kazakhstan make it possible to use the wealth, the natural wealth like the wind, which is available, which is in abundance in our vast expanses, sun and sunshine. It would be a sin not to take advantage of these sources. Since the country is continuously growing and the population is on the rise, consumption is growing, of course, there's a need to search for new sources of energy. And it's great that apart from traditional, like coal-based sources and hydro power, we resort to wind and solar sources. Of course, COVID pandemic did make a difference. In fact, what we see, there's a change of attitude to ESG practices in our day-to-day life. All these preconditions give rise to the emergence of market principles of ESG finance. I'm not going to dwell on these things. You are well aware this is debt financing, namely bond loans and stock exchange like tools like green bonds, social bonds, and sustainable development bonds. The next slide shows some success stories of ESG issues in Kazakhstan. As Jonathan was talking about ADB issues that have been presented here. You see the bonds of Development Bank of Kazakhstan, of KASE, of online KASE Finance, our colleagues from PC Invest. They were advisors on this project. Black biotechnologies, and one is the green issue. And Halyk Finance and Freedom Finance were involved in providing consultancy. I guess they're now we're waiting for the new issue. Establish Invest issued green bonds of KASE Interenergy, bonds to finance the construction of wind power units. It's a renewable energy project. This is a wind energy. The issue is interesting in the sense that apart from becoming a green energy agenda, it's subsidized by DAMO. This is quite an interesting project, and I guess this issue will have some other interesting transactions in store for them. Here you see a specific example of Skybridge Invest. I talked about our project of KASE Energy, and we advised two issues of green bond of the Development Bank of Kazakhstan and the issue of green bonds of KAGOK.
Kazakhstan Development Bank issued the green bond to finance the green project, and we've already completed a 3-year bond placement with a TONA +2 rate, and we are going to soon have 15-year issue, and the rate will be defined at the date of placement. We also been the KAGOK bonds financial consultant for quite some time, and last year we've placed KAGOK green bonds aiming at reconstruction, rebuilding of KAGOK branches, like modernization of electrical networks, etc. And we may understand that these are some installation works, reconstruction works, etc. But we've been successfully verified because by doing all this replacement, the environment gets improved. So bonds meet all the green criteria. And speaking of Eric's question about the challenges of financing, then first, interest, show growing interest. We may not say that we 100% utilize all these investments and this mindful investment, but we observe that the rate is growing, and many investors now think about a positive public image. And it is very important that their investment declarations include ESG projects. As I've mentioned before, we understand and we realize that our country is on the way of building ESG-linked regulatory environment, so that will meet all the requirements. Of course, there are some specific challenges as far as these green and sustainability criteria are concerned, and of course it will require time and resources that all the issuing agents still have to get used to. And even though we are saying that we witness the conception of this new culture of mindful investments, but still we see that the rates, on ESG financing will be just the same as for any other financing. So we don't see any distinction in terms of price. So we understand here that whatever we could do to improve the situation, we all who present here, we all collectively. I think that we have to focus our efforts on raising awareness about the investments that are based on ESG principles. And I think even when it comes to the education, to the information dissemination, we need also to help build this awareness among youth, among children, to positive environment, environmental situation. We need to offer massively ESG products. And I think that we shall not be puzzled by the same rates for ESG finance and any other financing. We do need to contribute to public awareness when it comes to ESG products. We do need to cooperate with some industry associations and regulators because regulators and some industry associations may help us introduce some requirements. I know that Yekaterina will mention it later, that maybe as a mandatory requirement, there will be the availability of investment strategies and some quotas, like ESG product quotas. And we may also think about some safeguards that would incentivize investors to contribute more to that. So that was my attempt, to make a brief overview on Kazakhstan. I hope that it was rather informative. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It was very informative, at least for me. And I guess we spoke a lot about challenges. So technology permitting, there should be a question appearing on the screen for the audience to answer with a QR code, which is asking about the biggest challenges in that space. So we'll try to load this. But in the meantime, obviously, Shilpa already alluded to some of the challenges in terms of the guidelines and standards. So my next question is actually for Yekaterina. We understand that you obviously have worked with the local regulator to develop some of the guidelines. You are actually now thinking developing further guidelines for credit risk management to take into consideration the ESG agenda. So I wanted to get your perspective on this, on those challenges, on those guidelines. How difficult is it to implement this? And what is going to be the bigger benefit?
Thank you so much for the question. I will answer in Russian because that would be more comfortable for the audience. So, first of all, I congratulate you on the anniversary. And it's not just the 30th anniversary of tenge, but it's also the 30th anniversary of the exchange. I know that 30 years back there was no e-trades. We had like those papers, and we would vote using papers, like physical paper. And we see how much the situation has changed to date. International financial institutes, not just IFC, but also others, work towards making ESG standards more widespread. And I really thank KASE for organizing such a wonderful event. And we've been working with KASE for years now, and we already worked towards developing requirements, and it was back in 2017. In 2020, we started working with the Agency for Financial Regulation, and the agency was really interested in having financial institutions disclose their practices on how they use and apply ESG. So ESG is a very trendy topic. So does it actually give some benefits? Does it incentivize investors so that investors invest more in green bonds? So to date, the price is not differentiated. But let's take a look at natural persons, at us, where do we want to work? Where do we want our children to work? where there are good working conditions. What are they? So I'm a woman, so I want women to be able to get promoted, which means that the environment shall be inclusive, rather inclusive. How do I know if that particular company has an inclusive environment? Where can I get this information from? So for now, the information is only available from my friends or from someone who I may know. So we made a survey, and it appeared that where there is a company that has a board of directors that has women in the board, the company will demonstrate better results, and the company will be more in the focus of investors. If we speak about other information, and so the question is whether the company is transparent when it comes to the promotion of the information. So regardless of the gender, whether I'm a woman or I'm a man, do I have any promotion opportunities? We know that it's a man's world for the most part. So when we come to the some public bodies, we see that it's a man's world. And same is true for big corporations. But if, let's say, we have a company that has a top management where there are men as well as the women, then we know that this company will be able to attract more talent, and then it will affect its indicators and its achievements. Speaking of investments, as being an investor, we know that international financial institutes make higher requirements for green standards. So if there is a company that use coal, then investors, foreign investors, will not give that company some loan money. And you will have to apply higher requirements to your company. You have to disclose it. And if you disclose it, then you may enjoy greater pool of investors in the future. Some companies may not be that concerned about climate change or environmental change, and that may be a big question for the investors. If today we say that the temperature grows by 2% or 2 degrees per annum, on average, then this can be pretty catastrophic for Kazakhstan, because there may be droughts or floods in different parts of the countries, and companies that today are in the production field will have a reduced capitalization rate because investors, foreign investors, will not invest money. So for us, as for all responsible investors, it is very important that the information is disclosed and that we incentivize these disclosures so that the company disclose this information and they are reporting. We are very thankful that KASE is really concerned about it, and since 2018 there have been specific steps taken towards this end, and that the Agency for Financial Regulation also apply their own requirements. So for now, we are working towards the guidelines, and next year, this is going to be approved by the agency. So I'm not going to dwell more. I really want my colleagues also to have a say. Thank you so much.
Katerina, I think that was very, very interesting. And I think one thing that you touched upon was obviously the guidelines and the trends that we are seeing in the industry. And that's actually my next question to Ali Bek. Maybe could you give us a bit more of an idea about high-level trends in the industry, as well as maybe your opinion about what are the key drivers encouraging investors to think about ESG agenda before wherever they put the money in?
Thank you, Arek, for the questions. I will try to cover your questions through my presentation, and at the same time, I will be glad if audience could ask some more questions. Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Я очень рад.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. I'm very pleased to be a part of the panel. So we follow the ESG principles here, and we have gender balance on the panel. So I congratulate my colleagues with this 30th anniversary, and actually we also mark here 35th year of BCC, and I'm really thankful to all my colleagues who sacrificed their time and decided to stay here to remain for the sessions, because many colleagues, ask me when will my presentation be, and some when they learned that that was going to be almost the very last session, they were rather sad. And also, they were not quite enthusiastic about the topic, and some of them left. But this year, actually, we've, together with my colleagues, arrived at a rather good mechanism that incentivizes the company work within the ESG framework, and this gives a lot of benefits. I will give more details. So the level of awareness about ESG agenda is not sufficient, and many professional market players that evaluate everything through risk and revenues do not understand that investors may get additional premium when investors invest into ESG agenda, and also others do not see that they can get even a greater discount if they invest into ESG. So as of today, together with DAMU, together with the regulator, we've launched a product, and it is a financing tool for SMEs through the rate subsidies. How does it work? So an SME, if you may take a look at the slide, so an SME may be a candidate for 3 billion tenge with a maximum maturity of 5 years. So these are really good terms. I understand that many of you know the numbers, and you talk to businesses. You may be the investors yourself. And for you as potential investors, investor may get 21% return on their tenge investment. Many of you know that DAMU is an institution that contributes to the economic development. Since 2010, a total volume of subsidies exceeded 5 trillion tenge. Our bank is one of the leaders. So, for instance, it was a total of 800 billion through BCC, and for Haluk it was around 2 trillion tenge. So we have a focus on the priority economic projects, and you have them on the slide. I'm sure you know them. So the subsidy market enables us as investors to assess the market capacity, and we see that it really has the potential. So a standard bank loan will have a final rate ranging between 7 to 8%. And the maturity or the payment that starts with like 7 or 8 months, and as compared to the bond issuance, there is no need to make any guarantees, and the interest rate will be lower, and the debt is paid at the end. For many SMEs, the amount is really high, because within 1 year after the financing, the principal debt will be paid, because this period this period enables the companies to grow, and their biggest growth may come for like second to third year, and that's how the bond differs. ESG agenda, when it comes to bond issuance, I think works 100% here in Kazakhstan. So at the level of institutions that are engaged in the bond issuance, which is the state and the regulator, KASE and DAMU, that allocates the subsidies, and also at the consultant level. So at each level, we try to adhere to the social principle, to the green principle, and to the governance principle, because the issuance of the bond is a totally different milestone for the company, and the level of corporate governance increases in the company. As of today, the company, the government, the regulator gives the list of prioritized economic sectors, and all of them supposed to increase the efficiency, to reduce the emission, and following ESG principle. Together with our colleagues from DAMU, we were able to have the first case in Kazakhstan. So that was a greenhouse facility, and it will have the end rate of 6%, and the money will be invested into the new business, and beginning with the third year, there will be asset money accumulated, so the principal debt will be repaid on the fifth year.
All the way from preparation of document and working closely with the auditors until the final issue. The key in bond issue is whether you're going to have investors. This is the main question. And as part of our first case, we supported a company providing our own funds after looking into the project. So ESG is a very important topic nowadays, because tomorrow my colleagues from Freedom Finance and Halik Finance are coming up forward with a new case. We stand ready to support them, and hopefully we'll have more investors among the participants, and you'll hear more about new cases that they plan a new issue as part of ESG, as part of DAMU subsidies. I think they will be the issues which do deserve your attention. The final slide. This mathematics total issue of 500 million. The issuer will save about 210 million tenge. The math really works here. We as investors get a reliable issuer whose financial status is checked by DAMU, financial consultants, analysts, investors. We would really want this mechanism to be operational, and we are happy that more and more companies are approaching us. As part of BCC Invest, we are working on subsidies-based projects in 4 parts of the country, paying attention to things like food security, energy security, as well as the emphasis on education. Our current projects, hopefully, these are the projects we intend to implement very soon. So my congratulations on this good event.
Very interesting. I think my key takeaway from this is, in order for all this to work, it has to be a lot of collaboration and also expertise. And the expertise is probably one of the last topic I wanted to touch on before we probably wrap up this panel session. And my last question is for Banglana. It's a very specific topic about some of the expertise that you've got, something that you've been piloting. And it's about the trading carbon units. I know we've been running a pilot scheme, and I think the main question is Kazakhstan ready for this, for international trade in carbon units? And what impact can this have on the financial sector?
you very much, Eric. Hello, everybody. Just to keep probably the parity, I will continue in English. But actually, I was misinterpreted the instruction and prepared the information in English. It's true that the topic is very specific. It's about about ESG, people talk here in Kazakhstan for quite a while. About the voluntary carbon market, probably some information is in the air, but I'll try to cover today some of the, just a peak of the iceberg, because it is really very deep topic. And just to give you an idea that it is something interesting and something growing, today it is the value of that market is around 1.4 billion. And it says and promises, according to, for example, Bloomberg New Energy Finance, it's going to grow. And others support these statistics and predict the growth and high interest in that segment. But just to answer your question and to be short, to talk about Kazakhstan and if we are ready as a market, let me demonstrate here kind of the comparison. Yes, there are some definitely drivers of the voluntary carbon market, but speaking shortly, it is a bit complicated because with respect to the national regulated carbon market, as of today, the carbon units in Kazakhstan can be traded exclusively within Kazakhstan, and with the specific Kazakhstan emission trading system, and cannot be transferred abroad. Yet, when it comes to the voluntary carbon market, the currently existing regulation doesn't prevent from trading and the selling carbon credits abroad per se. So, however, it should be noted there is no regulatory the regulatory provisions specific to the voluntary market. They operate in a kind of vacuum. So there are the drivers, we see that there are some challenges, and in the upcoming event on the COP28, I hope that there will be a deeper discussion on the situation, because so far there is an issue of a kind of double counting within the Article 6, because there is with the ratification of Paris Agreement, as probably everybody knows, we are obliged to comply with some requirements, and in agreement there are established 2 international carbon mechanisms regulated so far. So to be short, referring back to the voluntary carbon market, we assume that Kazakhstan will likely stick to the spirit of Article 6, and there will be no barriers to prevent international trade in carbon credits obtained via voluntary carbon market. And here to say couple of words about how important that the financial institution move forward that agenda, and there are certainly some steps that was taken so far by most of the financial institutions in Kazakhstan. We are not behind the schedule and also doing something towards that. We have even established the ESG direction, the department on the holding level, and financing lots of ESG external projects, including the climate project. And just an example for us was to try, why not to see how the carbon credits could work in Kazakhstan. And we have started from the very, very, very scrap and tried to finance and help RLC. We have an organization, it's called Fund for Saving the RLC in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and we have signed a kind of project so to try to plant some saksaul that would tomorrow, in some years, now they are under the calculations, be verified by international organizations, and see if we can trade with those carbon credits in a year. So far it is, we talk about 1,500 hectares, and that will be converted into the if we convert it into the CO2, it should be something like 6,000 carbon credits per year. We hope so, and by 2045 we should get 31,000 credits, carbon credits. So we expect the project to be an interesting model, and which can be scaled through the country and neighborhood countries as well. But as I said, we have just started, and we will try to see piloting it from through every step, and probably if we meet each other next year, we'll tell you how it's going on. So, so far, so good. And probably answering your last question about how the financial institution in general can affect all these, I think that there is a huge, it's a huge market in front of us, and really now it is the right time to turn people's attention to the ESG direction in general, and the voluntary carbon market can be specifically interesting to everybody, not only to the financial institutions. Thanks for your attention, and спасибо большое за ваше внимание.
Thank you for your attentions.
Waited so long, and I hope that conclusion mine was not so boring and the information so as well. So thank you, Eric. Thank you, all the panelists.
I would say not at all boring. I think, you know, we probably have done quite a few of those ESG conferences and panels. I think this one was very different because we're able to put some specific examples and some meat on the bone about how is actually market working in practice. Obviously, I probably attended quite a few of them this year, probably very similar to the panelists, and it tends to always be very, very high level. So I'm very happy that we managed to put some very specific examples of how the market in Kazakhstan is working rather than just talk very, very high level. My last question, just to wrap this up, to all the panelists in a very short, probably a couple of seconds per person, because I'm conscious it's 5:15 already, is a bit about ESG fatigue. I guess, as we said, we attend all those conferences, we talk about it, we talk about there isn't a interest rate premium in terms of the financing the bonds. So when we meet next year on this conference, do you think we'll talk about this agenda more or less? Do you think investors will get tired of it and focus on different things? And there are also plenty of geopolitical risk. So in one word, is it more or less? Jonathan.
I really want to say more than one word, but definitely more.
Thank you. Shilpa?
Even if everyone gets tired, I will continue to speak about it all the time. I can say that in 2015, 23 stock exchanges adopted ESG disclosure rules. Now it's 71, so we'll sure have more of them next year. At least a few more will be added on that list. Let me add. Somebody said that we need to add a little more. Somebody politely told us. She says.
Okay, cool. I think I have a consensus. I think I know why as well. But anyway, thank you ever so much to all the panelists. Thank you very much for your attention. I know it's sometimes called a graveyard shift because it's 5:15, but very much appreciated, and have a lovely evening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Кто будет передавать, они знают, да? Там Нет, я самое главное сказать, что это соответствует. Кто объявляет, ты сказал девочке, она когда объявит? Сейчас?
Ну, когда эта сессия началась.
А какая разница?
Потому что кто-то может сидеть там.
Да, я понял. Два зала. Тебя здесь.
А он Ислам? Ислам здесь, да? На выходе здесь, да? Нет, в два начали. Да, нам целый день. Ну, я приду за 5 часов. Сюда, да, повезти? Айгири. Что там? Нам помогут.
Спасибо, спасибо. Мы ждем, когда та сессия, если закончилась. Нужно, чтобы все закончилось. Это первое. Да.
Самый красивый. Слушай, это чей iPad такой красивый?
А это местное, наверное?
Это не Юрий? Нет.
Точно?
Я туда его закинул, чтобы он не мешал.
Да, да.
Это первый, да. Коллеги, это первый зал для награждения.
Да, уважаемые коллеги, это первый зал для награждения. Если кто-то должен быть награжден во втором зале, прошу пройти во второй зал. И если кому непонятно, в каком зале, там есть QR-коды, и через QR-коды вы можете посмотреть, в каком зале вас награждают. Спасибо. А при входе там есть QR-код. И через QR-код вы можете посмотреть в первом или во втором зале.
Когда я буду публично награждать, я еще и... Евразийский магазин. Это киргизы. Ты, короче, вот это сразу возьми, я сейчас скажу, киргизская биржа. В 2 часа не смогли подойти. Вы хотели... Это первый зал. А как тут? Уважаемые коллеги, этот зал для награждения номер 1. А зал номер 2 находится через стенку от нас. Это зал номер 1. Получать награждение в зале номер 1. Просим оставаться здесь, подходить сюда. А те, кто награждается в зале номер 2, просим пройти в следующий зал, в соседний. Спасибо. Уважаемые коллеги, у нас на входе между залами находится QR-код. Его можно отсканировать и посмотреть, в каком вы списке, зал номер 1 или зал номер 2. Фархат, вы, по-моему, в нашем списке. Можете оставаться. Я вижу немой вопрос в глазах Сергея, вы тоже здесь.
Девочки готовы?
Что начнем? Что мы с... Вик, ты готов? Ты готов? Сколько вам времени? Да. Полторы минуты. Уже все расселись. Что, начинаем? Да. И нашел, да? Уважаемые друзья, я прошу присаживаться. Мы начинаем церемонию награждения. Уважаемые дамы и господа, у нас была часть награждения в 2 часа. Наши коллеги с Киргизской фондовой биржи не успели подойти. Позвольте перед началом экспрессом поздравить наших коллег из Киргизии. Будьте добры на сцену. Уважаемые дамы и господа, позвольте начать церемонию награждения, посвященную 30-летию Казахстанской фондовой биржи. За долгосрочное сотрудничество мы хотим начать именно с этой номинации. В данной номинации награждаются организации, с которыми KASE на протяжении долгих лет развивало сотрудничество, направленное на совершенствование и развитие казахстанского биржевого рынка. Позвольте пригласить на сцену Фонд национального благосостояния «Самрук-Казна». Сейчас с нами нет. Позвольте пригласить национальный управляющий холдинг «Байтерек». Прошу подойти на сцену Национальную палату предпринимателей Республики Казахстан Атамекен. А теперь мы хотим наградить Фонд развития предпринимательства «Даму». Среди лидеров рынка акций мы хотим поздравить и наградить членов биржи АО Freedom Finance. Коллеги, запаситесь терпением, у нас список очень длинный. Халык Финанс, будьте добры на сцену. Спасибо большое. Мы приглашаем на сцену BCC Invest. Skybridge Invest. Поздравляем. А теперь мы бы хотели поздравить и наградить в этой же номинации, но уже другие компании. Те компании, акции которых включены в представительский список индекса KASE или ранее находились в данном списке. Мы приглашаем Народный банк Казахстана. Центр кредит. Акционерное общество «Кегок». Приглашаем Казмунайгаз. Национальная атомная компания «Казатомпром». Казахтелеком. Приглашаем вас на сцену. Пожалуйста, проходите на фотографию. Трансойл. Друзья, приглашаю KASE на сцену. конечно же, KASE. Также в этот список попала компания Minerals. Коллеги, теперь перейдем к следующей номинации. Мы хотим поздравить членов биржи, которые являются лидерами рынка облигаций. В этой категории мы награждаем членов КАСЕ, которые проявили наибольшую торговую активность в секторе биржевого рынка долговых ценных бумаг. АО Freedom Finance. BCC Invest. Прошу вас на сцену. Skybridge Invest. Поприветствуем, друзья. Давайте поздравим Халық Финанс. Разрешите пригласить First Heartland Жусан Инвест. Partners, Investment, Banking, Kazakhstan. Centra Securities, будьте добры, на сцену. Листинговые компании, те, у которых в списке биржи включено наибольшее количество выпусков облигаций, а именно Байтерек. Будьте добры на сцену. Прошу подойти на сцену Казахстанский фонд устойчивости. Поздравляем вас. Казахстанская жилищная компания. Представителя нету. Следующий участник Казагрофинанс. развития Казахстана. Поприветствуем, друзья! Народный банк Казахстана. Банк Центр Кредит. Давайте узнаем, есть ли у нас в зале аграрная кредитная корпорация. К сожалению, нет. Обязательно передадим награду коллегам. Друзья, наша следующая номинация в очень важной области – лидер рынка ESG-облигаций. Компании, ESG-облигации которых находятся в списке КАСЕ. Евразийский банк развития. Будьте добры на сцену. Просьба указать, что это за номинация. Да, спасибо большое. Следующим мы награждаем Азиатский банк развития. Европейский банк реконструкции и развития. Фонд развития предпринимательства «Даму». Будьте добры, снова на сцену. Видимо, представитель, получив предыдущую награду, был очень счастлив и покинул нас раньше. Так, следующий у нас Банк развития Казахстана. Будьте добры. Сегодня под конец дня у нас немножко физкультуры для ряда компаний, чтобы взбодриться. Очень рады. АО «Кегок». Друзья, поприветствуем АО МФО онлайн KASE Finance. А также мы поздравляем ТО KASE Wind Energy. Друзья, с этой категорией мы практически закончили. Прошу перейти к следующей категории за внедрение стандартов ESG. Здесь мы награждаем компании, которые активно внедряют стандарты ESG, а именно Самрук-Казна, Казмунайгаз, Казахстана. First Heartland Jusan Bank. А также Алтын Алмаз. Очень важная категория. Спасибо большое, что делаете это важное дело. Теперь мы хотим наградить в категории «За вклад в развитие рынка ГЦБ» членов биржи, которые проявили наибольшую торговую активность в секторе биржевого рынка ГЦБ. Ситибанк, Казахстан. Наш Народный банк. Freedom Finance. Банк. First Heartland Jusan Bank. Друзья, валютный рынок у нас тоже не стоит на месте. Следующая номинация за вклад в развитие валютного рынка для членов биржи. Дочерний банк Китая в Казахстане. Будьте добры, на сцену. Торгово-промышленный банк Китая в Алматы. Евразийский банк развития. Будьте добры, на сцену. Банк Центр Кредит. Heartland Jusan Bank. Булатович, а мы можем попросить вас остаться вот где вы были, чтобы девушка могла красиво пройти и преподнести вам следующую награду для Народного банка. По-моему, так лучше, да? Ситибанк... ой, извиняюсь. Я увлекся, извините. Ситибанк, Казахстан. Друзья, многие из здесь присутствующих также заняты развитием рынка розничных инвесторов вместе с нами. Поэтому мы награждаем следующих членов биржи в этом направлении за развитие рынка розничных инвесторов. Позвольте пригласить Freedom Finance. Банк Казахстана. Приглашаем Халық Финанс. Heartland Жусан Инвест. Инвест. Поддержим, друзья. И банк Центр Кредит. Почта. Есть ли у нас представитель Казпочты? Отлично. Следующая номинация за развитие института маркетмейкинга. Я хочу пригласить на эту сцену снова Freedom Finance. Халық Финанс. Прошу на сцену. Вам просто так не отдадут, только через Ермилку Булатовича. И BCC Инвест. также без финансовых консультантов. Итак, в номинации «Лучший финансовый консультант» мы отмечаем компании, которые продемонстрировали наибольшую активность при оказании консультационных услуг эмитентам по выпуску негосударственных ценных бумаг на бирже и листингу ценных бумаг на бирже. Итак, я хочу пригласить Skybridge Invest. Freedom Finance. Будьте добры. Друзья, Ребек Булатович, вы бы мне подсказали, что мне сейчас надо делать? Я запутался. У нас продолжаются лучшие маркетмейкеры, а именно Халық Финанс. И последний у нас лучший маркетмейкер – это BCC Invest. Все понятно. Но обе награды заслуженно ваши, друзья. Вот, я же говорю, это красиво и это полезно всем. Друзья, далее мы бы хотели пригласить на эту сцену людей, которые своими профессиональными действиями способствуют и, надеюсь, будут способствовать продвижению и развитию казахстанского рынка капитала. Эти люди зарекомендовали себя с профессиональной стороны наилучшим образом и внесли вклад в развитие биржевых рынков КАСЕ. Здесь у нас в номинациях, в этой номинации я буду называть коллег. Просьба выходить по очереди. Смагулов от Народного банка. Смагулов Оскар Сагидалаевич, будьте добры на сцену. Видимо, нету в зале, да? Дунаев Арман Галяскарович. Утенов Азамат. Серикканович, будьте добры на сцену. Есть? Нету? Просим. Нету. Хорошо. Коллеги, есть ли здесь представители Народного банка? Рыспаева Алина, Хадырбек Ферзане, Разумова Эльмира. Будьте добры на сцену, если вы с нами. Банк развития Казахстана, Абишева Ботагос, Тохтагуловна. Будьте добры на сцену. Есимбаев Нурлан Серикович. Да. Спасибо большое. Если кого-то из награждаемых нет, не переживайте, мы обязательно передадим награды после окончания вечера. Евразийский банк. Абелов Ханат Жумагалиевич. И Чигибаев Азамат Садырбаевич. Будьте добры на сцену. Банк РБК. Акентьева Наталья Евгеньевна. Ким Денис, для вас.
Kim Denis, for you there is an award too.
А также Муратов Ермек.
Also Muratov Yermek, RBK Bank. Santa Credit Bank colleagues, Timura Ukhovich Gapasov,
Казиев Оскар Рустемович.
Askar Rustemovich Kaziev, Rinat Isingaliv,
Видимо, личные награды немножко сложнее.
so I think personal awards might be more complicated to give.
На камеру улыбку, пожалуйста.
Please smile at the camera.
Друзья, мы хотели бы пригласить
Friends,
представителей Citibank NA Сергей Ли и Максим Вишняк.
we invite Sergey Lee and Maxim Vishniak, representatives of Citibank here.
Друзья, да, и, конечно же, Citibank Казахстан.
Of course, Citibank Kazakhstan, Saule Zhagaeva, please come on stage.
Да, Бутина Анара.
Anara Butina,
Мунбаев Турлан Хайрат.
Turlan
И Егор Мирошник.
Minbaev.
Друзья, от Басыбанк, Жакупов Ануар и Данил.
Anuar Zhatkupov, Ivan Danilenko, Otbase Bank.
Нету коллег. Идем дальше.
Okay, colleagues are not present. The Bank of China in Kazakhstan branch, we've already given one award, and we really want to award Gulzatira Tugautova and Gulsin Majanova.
Торгово-промышленный банк Китая в Алматы.
Commercial Bank of China in Almaty, Danwize, Aybek Asilbekovich Ragaev. Jusan Bank, Pavel Ryzhkov, and Mahabat Kurmanova. Please come on stage.
Поезд ехал слишком быстро, поэтому я попытаюсь его чуть-чуть затормозить.
Kaspi Bank, Yevgeny Popov, please come on stage.
А также Достанов Даир.
And Dair Dostanov, please join us here. Forte Bank, Bekjan Oljaev. Friends, Altin Bank, Victoria Chudina. And Dinmuhamed Shaygakov. Please come here. Berike Bank, Yuri Laptiev. Nikolai Drobyshev. Is he present?
Николая тоже нет. Идем дальше. Нурбанк.
Nurbank, Andrei Mitin.
Ilyasov.
Sırım İlyasov.
теперь мы хотим
Colleagues, now we want to welcome on stage the representatives of the Eurasian Development Bank, namely Chairman Podguzov Nikolai. Please come on stage. Aidalina Zhirkova and Daniyar Mangaliyev. Jalgaz Tajibayev, Anvar Izinaliyev, please welcome on stage.
Большая музыкальная.
Okay, some music pause here.
Отлично. Награды нашли свои.
Okay, awards have been given.
Finance.
Halik Finance. Mr. Ahonov, please come on stage.
Друзья, не вижу, есть ли в зале.
Friends, do we have Roman here?
Спасибо большое. Онгарбаева
Aliya Ongarbaeva, Oleg Kvan, and Yelena Yefesova. If you are here, please come on stage.
BCC.
Friends, BCC Invest Alibek Urazakov.
Виктор Алексеевич.
Виктор Алексеевич Kopshanakov.
Шпанаков, извините, пожалуйста. Искаков, Аманат.
Amanat, Iskakov, Ruslan Minilov, Alexander Rustikov. Please come on stage.
Finance.
Freedom Finance. I cannot see Mr. Timur Ruslanovich, but I see Mr. Sergey Nikolaevich, so please go to the scene. Mr. Lukyanov Sergey Nikolaevich. And also Minikeyev Roman. I don't know if he is here. No, he's not here. Let's go forward. Tsukanov Rinat and Baisanov Kanat. I don't know if they're here. Sizdikov Rinat, Yekjumadilova Ainur. So Ainur is not here. Oh, that's good. So congratulations. Congratulations. Hooray. Mr. Popov Roman and Abdullaeva Gulchikhra. I don't know if they are here. I don't know if they are here in this very hall. So we would like to include all of our colleagues from the Center of Security. Talgat Karibekovich Komarov, we would like to ask you to come to the scene. Filatova Olga Anatolievna, we would like to ask you to come to the scene. Denis Kapital, Ulset Saken Talgatolu. Zankin Maxim, Vestibekov Arman. I don't know if they're here. If you're here with us, so please come. So, Jusan, Invest, Salimov Timur Ramhatovich. And here we would like to congratulate our colleagues, and they used to work in those organizations. And please allow me to invite Mr. Maxim Chokabanov for... so he would receive an award. So, Mr. Maxim. So, yeah, he did not wait. So, Mr. Stroganov Anatoly Nikolaevich. So, we would like to congratulate you. Over there is a great deal of work going on, so please trust us on that. And right now, of course, Skybridge Invest and Aynabayeva Shulpan Rahmankulova. Let's greet her. And also Karabasova Alma. Nur Davletov Bakhit. So please, would you give us a minute?